Hello, everyone, or anyone who is actually out there at these weird hours. I don't really expect anyone to show up at this odd hour, but I don't know. I felt like streaming, so I clicked the button. It's only 7:16 p.m. where you are. Oh, perfect time. Now maybe I should just go exclusively stream Australian hours. Maybe that'd be a better direction. But so last time I was streaming, I was having a bunch of issues trying to get the stream to even work. And I'm having this weird, mysterious problem. Actually, let me bring the ambient sound back. It was kind of nice. Hopefully it's not overpowering. But so last time I was streaming, yeah, I was having all kinds of issues with Chrome, and I learned a little bit that for some reason something happens on Twitch's back end that just like causes specifically Chrome to block a bunch of features of Twitch. So any channel I would go to, all my notifications are blocked. All channel point related things are blocked. I can still watch streams, I can still chat, but I can't do any moderation. Like I can't kick or ban or anything in chat. Like I can't interact with the website. I can only view things on the site. And I was looking in the error console of Chrome, and it is just spamming all kinds of error messages related to blocking certain functionality of Twitch. And it's just Chrome that does this. And then I went into um, because people are saying that it might be extensions causing problems, because when I open incognito tab and log in through that, everything runs okay. But when there's so that would lead you to believe that extensions are a problem. But then when I go back into the regular Chrome and then I manually disable every extension and then I try running it again, it still doesn't work. So even with all extensions gone, it just doesn't work. And it's just really weird. So I've been starting to use Firefox lately. Oh, and one last thought is that like I was looking around Reddit and I found at least one other person that reported a couple weeks ago having an almost identical problem. But for them, disabling extensions fixed it for them. But then when I did that, it didn't. So it's very strange. You had it happen on both Firefox and the Twitch app, probably because of your VPN. Yeah, there was like a specific error message that kept coming up. It was like, it's blocking something called like core AP something, not API, but it was like core something is blocked on notifications, on channel points, and like any functionality with the website was getting blocked except just viewing streams and typing in chat. It seems to be a relatively recent thing. Chrome might be changing how it allows extensions breaking things. Huh. Doesn't even let you sub the channels. Yeah, any sort of like interaction with Twitch other than viewing was all getting blocked. Also, welcome to the channel, Keats username. But so I've just been using Firefox lately instead, and it's really, annoying to have to retrain my brain to use a different app, but it's working okay so far. I mean, I might go back to Chrome if this Twitch thing fixes itself, because I really, like, I tried doing erasing the browser cache and all that kind of stuff, and it just wouldn't, that didn't do anything, but I didn't want to go and erase all cookies and authentications or whatever, because that is such a huge pain in the ass when you have to re-log back into all of your emails, all of your accounts, and I have all this like work stuff now, and God, it's a huge pain to do that. So I'd rather just use a different browser entirely. No, thanks for the follow. So anyway, I'm not going to have a big hour-long intro because I start to realize that the more frequently I stream, the less I have to say between streams. So I don't have to have, or I don't feel compelled to have a whole life situation catch up of, 2 months of nothing. So, and I'm not feeling very camera-y currently. So what I'm going to do tonight, probably not for very long, but I'm actually going to be in Hammer Editor, because the last stream I was just playing through Half-Life 1 while taking a bunch of notes, and I have those notes here. But, so I'm going to be in Hammer, actually making things again, and I'm just going to test specific ideas that came to mind that I want to see if I can make work. If my memory will work with me here. And it was really cool that after I talked a bit about the ideas for the maps, like a series of single player maps that I wanted to make, that had some people come forward and like give other ideas, saying like, hey, what if this and this and this and this? I was like, oh, that's really, fun to talk about these kinds of things. You theorize about ideas, and I think it's a fun extra challenge because Half-Life 1 is such a it's a very limited game. So been working within limitations, I think, is often more fun than working with like no limits. Make anything you want ever. It's like, no, I need limits. I work best with limits. And plus I like the Half-Life universe, so. And it is kind of frustrating to capture Hammer Editor because it, a bunch of aspects of it don't get captured with window capture or game capture, so I have to display capture, which is the dreaded thing. So I've paused notifications for everything, hopefully. I'll show Hammer in a second, but first, let's just go look real quick at what ended up happening with my the last time I was in here. I can't remember what the final state of it was. It was like it was test map 2. Making sure my audio. Here, let me raise audio a little bit. No one ever raises Half-Life audio because usually Gold Source is down at like 5% at all times. Hello there, Hexagon. Welcome. Oh yeah, this is where we left off. So I made a box, and when I go over here...
From the anomalous materials lab. For God's sake, open the silo door! They're coming for us! It's our only way out!
Alright. Hello, Lugnutto. And then there's this.
He's responsible for this mess.
Incredible progress we've made here. And then I forgot to delete the garbage can.
I don't suppose you reconsider.
Ow. Alright, well, here's my... Uh-oh, it doesn't actually... The sound doesn't stop. Then here's the super secret first map that I didn't show last time, which is almost the same. Except it's a zombie.
I suspected this could happen, but the administrator just would not listen.
Does the scientist jig.
Lead the way.
Look, this AI is being intelligent. The scientist knows there's a zombie next to me, so he doesn't want to run over here. What language does Half-Life 1 use for scripting? It's its own proprietary, like, entity-based system in the editor itself. You'll see it here in a sec.
Well, there goes our grant money. No!
Wow, there was something like symbolic that just happened there. Oh, whoa, Half-Life just crashed entirely. Okay, let me reopen it. All right. Yeah, the cost of covering the death of that scientist is going to use all of their grant money, so there goes our grant money. All right. So here it is. Here's Hammer Editor. I'm using version 3.4, which is from 2002. And yes, I know there's better editors out there for this kind of thing, but part of what makes this fun for me is using all of the classic stuff. All right, so the first thing I want to test is keep forgetting this isn't like Half-Life 2 where the textures actually have helpful names. You just have to kind of look at them. I'll just use this concrete floor for now. What is this called? Tunnel floor 7. God, what are the controls again? Okay. So everything is brush based. Also, I'm not an expert in this program or anything, so this isn't really meant to be a tutorial. And it's gonna probably be a very boring stream. But if I'm enjoying myself, maybe someone else out there will too. Okay, now this is really huge, so I'm gonna drop a player in here. Get the size. So here's why I have to display capture, is because this window, well, god dang it. I hate that shortcut in Windows where you shake a window and it just, everything collapses. This window won't capture because it's a separate thing. It only captures in display capture, so you wouldn't see this normally. So info player start. So here's all the, you know, the game logic here. And let me put the grid size down. This should be enough to start on. Oh, but then it's clipping through the ground a little bit. It's so obnoxious. All right. Is the map going to use the gold source feature where it uses the textures with variations? I mean, it should if I choose one of those textures. Okay, so the first thing that I want to test is I want to see how plausible it is to do a stealth segment with grunts. Because for people that missed it, the idea that I have is that I want to make a series of maps where it's as if you play as a scientist during the Resonance Cascade, except you're a scientist that worked in the like specimen containment sector where Black Mesa had already had some alien specimens that they were experimenting on. And then I wrote out a whole like story timeline and things. Probably just going to be maybe 3 maps. I'm trying to keep everything small and simple, but the idea is just that you're going to be solving puzzles without using weapons. You're going to be just using your fellow colleagues, moving other scientists around, moving security guards around, and operating computers and stuff. And you're kind of, you sympathize with the aliens because your life's work has been to study these things, and then suddenly resonance cascade happens and Marines move in and want to kill all of your specimens. So the idea is that you're kind of working with them. The aliens are definitely going to kill you if they get the chance, but you don't want them to be eliminated because they're one of the most amazing scientific discoveries ever. And the military just wants to kill them all. So what I want to test here is to see if I can figure out a way to do a reasonable stealth section. If I have to use actual grunt AI or if I'm going to have to fake it. I don't think there's much leeway between an enemy seeing you and becoming aggressive. Yeah, that's why it might have to fake it. Hello, Bruner 2. Have cameras to look at, rooms for entering to get puzzles involving moving boxes. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways around that. Well, I first just want to make sure that I know how to get the Marines, to move on command. Now we got the scientists to move earlier. No, stop it. Why is the decal... Okay. So this is, the crude way that you build rooms in Hammer. And then I'll do... I'm not sure what it's going to show. Let me save real quick. Okay. Wasn't sure what directory it was going to suddenly bring up. Oh, let's just call this Proto 1. So let's put a Marine. Was it Alt-Enter? There. Some weird shortcuts. And this should be called Monster Human Grunt. H Grunt Dead Human Grunt. Okay. But that's right, you can tell the grunts what squads to work together with. So this is the important part. Trigger condition. Here's all the ways in which an interaction with a grunt can cause something to happen. See player, mad at player, take damage, 50% health, death, hear world, hear player, hear combat, see player unconditional, see player not in combat. But then the real question is going to be, how does its alignment of being an enemy of the player going to affect all this? Because there is prisoner, which allows for its AI to be overridden. So even if it sees me, it's not going to attack me. There's also wait for script. Yeah, I've used the editor before, but like if anyone has more experience and has like suggestions, I'm totally open for suggestions and things. So feel free to backseat my mapping. It's just meant to be like a learning experience. Yeah, I mapped for Half-Life 1 and 2, so sometimes I get my conventions confused between source and gold source. You can choose what sort of weapons the grunts have. So trigger target. Okay, first I'm just going to turn its AI off and just make it walk somewhere. Just to make sure I've got that figured out. So then you get to just do this to scripted sequence. Let's call this sequence grunt 1. move to position, walk. Repeat rate. I'm gonna have to like look up some of the documentation on these things too. Repeatable. Okay, so in the script you can also tell it to override AI. Okay, so now I'll make it look this way. And then the grunt is going to start over here. Be facing that way. And then just to save time, I'll just make this an automatic trigger, which I think is called a trigger auto. Trigger auto target. And this doesn't have an automatic way of detecting names. Wait. So I forgot. This would be grunt 1. This sequence is going to be for target monster is grunt 1. Actually, there is a way to just have it pick whatever the nearest thing is. Oh, I'm gonna have to put a light source in here too. Okay, so target sequence grunt 1, delay before trigger. Let's just wait 3 seconds. Trigger state on. That's what I named it, right? Sequence grunt 1. Okay. And then I'll just put a light source in here real quick. I forgot there is no draw in Half-Life 1. This is one of my favorite methods of lighting a room. I like corner lights. I'll read what you guys are saying in a sec. Just want to actually try to get this made. It's light. I think. Which one of these is? I think this one. It should be more than enough light for the whole space. All right. Can the grunts have hive hands, or do they only have SMG and shotguns? They can only use what was used in Half-Life 1. And these are, human grunts, so they only have the shotgun, 9mm AR, but they also, you can tell them if they have grenade launchers or not. And actually the shotgun can have a grenade launcher too, which is kind of weird. This is the same tool that this is the same one that Valve used originally. It was called Worldcraft, and it was originally made, it was a third-party program that was made for Quake 1 for making maps. And then partway through development, Valve realized that this editor is very important to them, so they hired the team that made Worldcraft and then turned it into Valve Hammer Editor, and the name and stuff was changed after Half-Life 1 ended up being really successful. And they're like, oh, wait a minute, we should keep developing this. And then, it became VHE. And it is a very primitive program, yeah. And we were looking at, they included the source files to some of the maps in the game, so you can actually take a look at like how complex maps can get. So it is very basic, but if you know what you're doing and you chain enough entities, game logic things together, you can make some cool things happen. Yeah, and this is definitely, this sort of layout, this four up viewport was pretty common for 3D software. Like when I first learned a 3D model, I was using like Milkshape and 3D Studio Max, and it looked like this. Like having 4 views was a very common thing. It's not as common these days. Like when you look at Blender and Maya, usually you just kind of default to one big 3D view. And yeah, they would have been on like 1024 by 768 monitors or 800 by 600. So this is unusually high resolution that we're seeing this in. I'm in 1920 by 1080 right now. Yeah, Dario Casali. Yeah, kids these days don't know how rough we had it back in the day. And I was mentioning last time I was doing this, that compiling a map, you used to just have to like go do something else. You'd leave your map compiling and then just like go get lunch and come back, or leave it going overnight. But now these days it's like, and done. I mean, this is a tiny map, but like even when I was compiling one of Valve's source files for a map, you know, really complex map, even that just took like 3 seconds to compile. It was amazing. Wait a minute, my lights didn't work. Oh shoot, yeah, this one might not be. Not all of these are set up in the lights.rad file for texture lights. So it's kind of annoying. I mean, I can go set it up, but I'd rather just use ones that are already set up. I love just looking at all the textures in the game. Like every one of these has like memories attached to, like, oh, I used to play a mod that used this texture all the time, because I played Half-Life 1 mods a lot growing up. That was kind of my big inspiration for even getting interested in game design. The fact that they included this program with Half-Life like set the trajectory for my life. I think I had to use this one last time. I know you guys can't see what I'm doing. I just had to change a light texture, recompile. Let's go back. Thoughts on the Half-Life 2 workshop? Well, it's kind of exactly what I thought it would be. Lots of memes and just crazy over-the-top goofy stuff. Oh my god, why is it the light's still not rendering? Let me go actually open the light file and see what's up. Wait, where did I put that file? Oh, yeah, if people are interested in using this old original version here of Hammer Editor, that it will give you errors in its default directory because you can't have a space in a directory in this program. So you have to put all of your compile tools in a folder that has no spaces. Like program files is where it defaults to, and it was very upset that I had it in a program space files folder. So now I moved it to my drive's main directory. Okay, lights.rad. Generic or light. Okay, let's go back to generic. Well, that's these ugly lights. What one was I using before that I didn't have any issues with? Use this. It's gonna look bad. Yeah, it is kind of amazing that it works at all, considering it's from 2002. Wait, let me... Okay, here's the file that I was looking at. This is how you define what light values textures have, and this can vary per map. I could swear I was using one of these. Actually, let me save this, because maybe one of my configuration things wasn't working right. Shoot, where did my last directory, where was it? I forgot where I saved my last file. Oh, I think I put it in the base Half-Life directory, so I'm going to that folder right now, and then... Okay. So, here's the one that I was working in. Yeah, what texture is this? Because this seemed to work fine. Light 3C. Of course, it doesn't remember a previous directory. Go all the way back. Half-Life, SDK, map files. C. I swear that's one that I used. Oh. I think I know it. Wait. Maybe not. I was going to say, did I actually get a leak already? Because that will stop light from rendering. But no, I guess that's not the case. Okay, everything's normal. Okay, yeah, it's rendering light. It's talking about light bouncing. Radiosity. Using a version that was made April 6, 2000. Alright, that should have worked. Oh, okay. Well, now it's magically working. Oh, there he goes. Oh, wait. Real question is, what's going to happen when he gets to the destination? All right, well, can I make him move? No, okay. Interesting that his AI... Interesting how much of his AI actually works. He just does everything except shooting me. Which that could be helpful to know. So he still behaves like a grunt. He's just not going to shoot me. Okay. So now, what I want to do is see if while he's in this state, hello, Short Talk, welcome. What if I start him looking away from me? I start over here. And I'm looking up this way. He starts there. And then we got the trigger auto over here. So he shouldn't know that I'm here. So what I'm going to do is his trigger condition is going to be C player unconditional. And what I'm going to use to inform me if that is triggered is there's an entity called a message. I don't completely remember what it is. When did they add emissive light textures? Oh, that's always been a thing. It's just, it's not really a standard feature. Like, I mean, Valve uses it extensively. Like, almost the entire game is lit that way. But normally when you're adding light sources in Gold Source, you're just dropping little point lights around. And, it looks kind of bad. So usually whenever Valve uses little point lights, it's just to make fine adjustments to whatever the other lighting of the scene did. Like, they used it to eliminate a lot of shadows in the lab areas in the beginning. Okay, so I think this is called like ENV message. Yeah. So let's call this message 1. And is that his message name? You've been seen. Okay, yeah, that looks correct. You can play a sound effect too. All clients. All right. Hey, hello, Commander Skittles Live. Welcome. Surprised there's as many people who are here right now as there are, considering it's, well, in NA. Well, my time zone, it's almost 3 a.m. But I'm in central, well, Midwestern US. Guess maybe a lot of the EU folks or Australian. It's a more reasonable time for you all. Do you have sources for all the chapters? Right now I only have the ones that Valve provided, which is like C1A0, which is like the intro to the lab area, anomalous materials. Okay, so it's you've been seen. So now his trigger target is going to be message 1. So when he sees me, it should cause this to trigger. But there's a lot of possible things that could make this not work out. Oh, that's right, I forgot you're in Alaska, Short Talk. How's the sunlight up there right now? $4 a.m. for you in the US. You must be an East Coaster. Have I played Black Mesa? I haven't. But I don't really have any urge to play it. I think it's really well made. And it's awesome that that project actually was brought to completion, because I remember it was in the works for a really long time, and like most of the team got jobs and did other things in that time. I think it's cool and everything. I just never had an urge to play it myself, I guess. Like, we're jumping between 0 second and 1 second compile times. Okay, why did the game crash again? This wasn't happening last time. Like, Half-Life just crashes entirely. Been working on and off on a mod remaking the '08 beta. Oh, nice. Are you talking about like Half-Life 2, I'm guessing? I love the really early versions of Half-Life when it was very, or Half-Life 2 when it was very like 1984 looking, like Orwellian. It's so cool. All right. So he's gonna walk. Huh? He moved. Interesting. Okay, let me reload that. It's weird that his pathing is changing because of me. I guess I'm breaking his line of sight, so he has to like repath. Yeah, because I don't have any nodes placed for the AI, so it's just working on like line of sight stuff right now, I'm pretty sure. Huh. Okay, so I guess... Let me... Okay, how about let's disable the script and just have them behave as normal. Or no, that's not the script. Where's this? So... Should just be a normal grunt. Okay, let's just try it like this. He's gonna shoot me, but... Ah! Alright, well that's working. Let's see, what is his, like, vision? Wait, what about sound? Ah! Even jumping triggers him. Just walking? Huh. Okay, was that just getting close? Or was he actually hearing footsteps? What if I touch him? Oh. Ow. Wow. Okay, so his field of view is huge. It's like 180. Interesting. So what if I turn the sequence back on? Now let's see. Now that I disabled... Okay, now he has normal AI and isn't a prisoner. Let's see if that works any better now. Okay, so he's gonna walk. Huh. Okay, so he still saw me. That's very interesting. So while he's doing the sequence, his combat, like he won't stop the sequence, but he's still able to trigger his vision. Very interesting. Okay, so then what if I tell... Okay, no, this is gonna have to be... This is where Half-Life 1's scripting system really falls apart. Is because one object can only target one other object. Whereas like in Half-Life 2, you have an entire table where you can target 256 other things if you want, all from one input. Whereas in Half-Life 1, it's like it's one thing targeting one other thing. So that's something called a multi-manager. So this will just be called sequence 1. So, okay, so this, okay, that will trigger on start. Then the manager, and then that. So I think I can tell the sequence to stop as soon as he sees me. Yeah, the sequence takes control of the entity it's targeting. Yeah, so I think if I target the sequence a second time, it should cancel the sequence. Okay, repeatable. Well, let's just see what happens. Sequence grunt 1. Yeah, how did this work again? I think it's like... Uh, 0? Is that how this works? And then message 1. Oh, that's right. This is the delay. This isn't a value. So they should both be the same so that they happen instantly. Okay. Well, let's just see what happens. So what should happen is as soon as he sees me, it ends his sequence and he just behaves like normal. Nope. I can stop you. I can prolong my life by stopping you from getting to your destination. Wow, look at those missing polygons. Embarrassing. Yeah, he has no neck. Okay, so at least I got the manager set up. Oh, wait. Oh, no, I didn't even route everything correctly. I didn't even tell the multi-manager to be used. That's right, sequence 1. He has to target it. Target sequence 1. Okay, so I wasn't even testing the right thing. Now let's see what happens. Okay, same thing. I won. I wonder, because there's two versions of scripted sequence. There's AI scripted sequence. I'll have to look up the documentation, but I think this might allow him to function while under control of the script. See if that changes anything. If this doesn't work, I'll just look it up and see what you're supposed to do. No. I think what other solution? It's amazing they got anything done with this sort of workflow. Yeah, I mean, this was the 90s, so a lot of programs were clunky like this. And Half-Life actually, innovated for a lot of stuff like this. So this is innovative for its time. I'm gonna look up Valve Hammer Editor Half-Life 1 AI scripted sequence. No, you guys can't see what I'm looking at, but so design enhance game flexibility. I mean, said. Okay. All right. AI. Shouldn't use the A word on stream. Oops. So let's try to see what this entity does differently. Yeah, there are so many animations for each NPC they could potentially play. I know, Dark, am I right? Yeah, this is going to be the most action-packed stream, as if any of my streams are action-packed, now I think about it. Okay, so here's the explanation. Regular scripted sequence, or using scripted sequence as a base, AI scripted sequence entity inherit the same responsibility of making the monster entity move to a specific location and perform a given action. The primary difference being that it completely overrides the monster's AI. Regardless of what you do to the monster, it will follow this sequence. Oh. So the AI one overrides the AI. So the other one wasn't? This is really important here is that, because some of the functionality I want to use in my map in the future is that there's a feature to have a sequence potentially use any nearby NPC of the correct class. So I could put a bunch of grunts and then whatever is the nearest one will follow the sequence. So in the case where, because I want to have the scientists be a big part of the gameplay, so you could lead any scientist to a computer, and then they'll be able to run the sequence of using the computer. So I don't have to be like, oh no, you have to use that specific one, no other one. So I like that capability. Okay, so this is apparently not at all what I want to be using. I want to be using regular scripted sequence. Oh, I'm wondering if I were to shoot the grunt, if that would pull him out of the sequence. So let's try that. I think I might be thinking of Half-Life 2, but I think there's an entity that will give you a weapon. So you don't have to just place a bunch of weapons at the player's feet, that you could just be like, automatically equip. I think it's called game player equip. Yes. How do I remember this? And I think I have to manually add it and just say weapon, crowbar, 0. So it should be... Well, let me first see if it does it automatically, or else I might have to trigger it to work. Let's just see what happens here. So what's supposed to happen is that I'll just immediately be given a crowbar. And no. I'm just gonna tell the trigger auto to wait, I think I can do more than one. I'm just gonna make a second one. I know you guys can't see this. I just wanted to make this change real quick. Let's just call it equip. And it's going to target the game player equip, which should just give me a crowbar the instant I spawn. All right. And we're back. No? Uh-oh. Crashed the game. I think I made it wrong. And I remember back in the day when you crashed Half-Life, it would take like a full minute to get back. So it's nice that it takes like literally seconds. I think I might have to tell it to give me 1 instead of 0. All right. Try this again. Oh my god. Just crashes the game. Maybe I have to delay it by 1 second. Because sometimes doing something too early or before the player is fully like loaded into the game can crash the game. So I'll tell it to delay 1 second. Let's try that again. So we can just crash the game in 1 second instead. Cool. All right, internet. Tell me about the game player equip, because clearly I didn't remember how to use this correctly. Now I could use the ability to crash the game as like a really innovative like indie dev way of ending your game. Like your game's corrupted, bro, and it just quits itself. I think anyone's ever done that. All right, to specify what items you want to dispense. Okay, you add it manually as a key, weapon, hand grenade, or whatever. It must be triggered with a player as the activator, yeah. Oh, it says the game will crash if you use a trigger auto to cause it to happen. Oh, I'm supposed to use game player spawn instead of game player equip. I didn't see that. Is that... Oh, here. Game... Unless that's like a Half-Life 2 entity, maybe? Well, I think an easy way around this would just be to put a trigger around the player that will that I'll just run into as soon as I spawn, and then it will give me the weapons. Something... I have like a vague memory of like if you manually add the name of a weapon to the spawning, the actual spawn entity, that it would give you that weapon. Let me see. Info player start. Okay. Must be a false memory. I'll just do it this way because this will work. Let's just turn this into trigger once, target, equip. So now the player is the activator. So it knows who to equip because I am the one triggering. Whereas trigger auto, the world is the trigger and it cannot equip the world, which really makes you think. So okay, so now I need to get rid of this. So this should theoretically work now without crashing the game. Yay. Okay, now to actually test the thing that we're trying to test. Will his AI get overridden when I hit him with a crowbar? It does. Okay. So, what janky thing can I do to override his AI? I could just deal direct damage to the grunt the instant he gets, the instant he sees me. That might work. So what if I do... Wait, is there a point entity version of a trigger hurt? Does it have to be a brush? Let's see. I mean, if anyone happens to be a cold source mapper in chat who knows how I might better override or re-enable the grunt's AI mid-sequence, I would definitely like to know. Okay, I don't think there's a point version of hurt. There's got to be a... Oh wait, game player hurt. That's player. Actually, what if... What if I just target the grunt? Like, what is the default response to him being targeted? I can't remember what monster clip does. Because right now his trigger condition is when he sees me. Okay, so what if he just targets himself when he's seen? So we have all of these. The scripted sequence, the message. I just do grunt. So now he'll target himself when he sees me. No idea what's going to happen. Ah, yes. Nice. Okay, that's a much cleaner way than having to, like, put a damaging trigger region. Okay, that is actually working a lot better than I thought it was going to. So now, let's clean this up a bit. What if I add some obstacles and make his path more unpredictable? Let's see if it's actually fun to sneak around the grunt. What is fun? Mm, that's right. F is for friends that do stuff together. U is for you and me. N is for anywhere, anytime at all, down here in the deep blue sea. F is for fires that burn down the whole town. U is for uranium bombs. N is for no survivors. Which one I believe in, that's up to you to decide. I need some concrete. I mean, I could just put ugly dev textures everywhere, but I like to at least make my test environment be decent for no reason. Okay, I'll just use one of these. All right, so is that the right height? I think it is. Gotta lower everything. Because I like working with the textures rather than fighting them. Because I could just be like, ah, just fill the texture, just stretch it. Who cares? But a lot of textures and things were made with certain scales in mind. And I think I'm going to need another light source. So let's move this here. So now we have double light sources. And let's have the grunt start even closer to me. I hope that doesn't immediately trigger him to go. So I'm going to put a lot of thought into where I put all of these, as you can tell. Uh, so I think what's going to happen is it's just going to calculate the path that it wants to take once, and then it's just going to keep going that way. I don't think it's going to mix things up. Oh, shoot. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I got to set that up to be better or easier for me to swap between the two scenes. I'm just adding a bunch of obstacles for the grunt to run around. I mean, it's good to know people are actually watching. So this is how the AI works in Half-Life 1, is manually placed nodes. And so mappers would have to decide exactly what possible locations the AI could walk, which is good and bad. It's like these days we just have a thing called nav mesh. Like all game engines pretty much have it, where you'll render the nav mesh and it will just look at what it deems as a walkable surface. So if you run nav mesh in most modern American cities, it'll be like, this is a completely unwalkable. In fact, no. But it'll just look for any surface in a world that you make, and it will just automatically put a whole graph. So then AI on the fly in modern systems will be able to just pick points, the quickest way to get locations, just based on a calculated graph of all walkable areas. But in Half-Life 1, you manually place each of these points. And then the AI will work relative to these. So I'll put one here. I put one here. But what's cool about that, though, is that like mappers can then have more fine control over how AI behaves. So it's like you could make sure that the AI is able to get to certain areas better, and behave more predictably. Okay, so yeah, pre-computing. You compile everything and do all of that, and it just like bakes all that data into the map ahead of time. Then it accesses all that information before. Rather than doing it all at runtime as you're playing the game. Okay, so what should happen is, as soon as I reload the map, it's going to figure out what path it wants to take to get to its original destination, which is like, diagonally the back corner of the map. But I should be able to navigate around it, and it'll make it a little more, some actual gameplay happening, where I'll have to be careful. I have to crouch, first of all, because it can hear me. The grunt can hear me. My footsteps, if I run, I can't touch it, because touching triggers it. And it has like a 180 field of view. So if it turns just the right way, it should see me. So let's see if all of this happens. All right, is this going to find the quickest path? Oh! What's cool about this is that I can dynamically add more grunts, and they'll use the nodes that are already computed for them. So in before game crashes. Uh-oh. Pretend that one didn't exist. Oh, okay. the fuzzy light things around it means that it's partially clipping into a wall. It's not, doesn't have enough space. Okay, so now they're blowing each other up. Really good grenade throw. Okay, anyway, let's go back to... So we learned that I can't run, or else you'll hear me. At least I thought so. Maybe I just got too close, or jump. Okay, why did it hear me so easily last time then? Okay. So I know touching him will instantly trigger it. What? Well, then, I'm really confused then. Okay, crowbarring. Why is nothing overriding it like it was last time? Okay, that did. Hello? Wonder why he turns around right there. That's... Actually, let me check real quick. Did I accidentally get rid of his trigger condition? See player unconditional. What about just anything? See or hear? Like, what if I do just hear player? How does that change things? Does that mean that he can see me and not care? I guess so. Huh. Okay. What about... Well, normally in my map, you wouldn't be hurting the grunt in the first place, so he just needs to be able to see you. But how come he was responding to sound last time? Well, let's do unconditional. Oh yeah, I can make him a hologram. Right, yeah, I could have a thing set up in the environment that if you touch it, it makes a noise. Actually, that'd be kind of funny. Like, what if I just throw something like that together right now? Like, what's a really quick, easy thing? Like, okay, you touch a box, and the box crumbles apart, and then that causes him to instantly see you, know where you are, no matter where he is. So let's just make a crate. I don't know, just put it like right here. Oh, geez. Yeah, this is like video game design 101. So I'm going to make it a function breakable. Target on break is going to be sequence 1, so all the same stuff that triggers when he sees me, this is also going to trigger that exact same thing. I believe touch. Yeah. So you just touch it and it will blow up. Material type is wood. I think that's all it needs to exist. And was that the correct name of this? That's one of the most annoying things. Sequence 1. Sequence 1. Okay. Actually, let's put it, just so we know that he's not seeing me, let's make it... let's put it way over here. So then what exactly is going to be happening? So it's going to break his sequence and send the message or display the message. But I won't do this right now. If this isn't enough for him to immediately run over and attack me, I can add another sequence that is just a look at sequence. So as soon as this breaks, his AI is told, look this direction also. But let's just see how it works without all that first. Yes, stepping on a cockroach. What was that? That's actually possible, I think. All right. So get walking. Okay. So it did exactly what it was supposed to, but yeah, he doesn't look my way, so it doesn't feel like he saw that this happened. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the scripted sequence, or I add a duplicate over here that says, so this is going to be sequence grunt crate, and then it's going to be turn to face. Not repeatable. I don't think the angle should matter. Okay, I think that's... Oh, no. The break has to turn the sequence on. Target on break. Ugh, shoot. Okay, so instead of immediately triggering the "you've been seen," it's only going to make him look this way. So that was a sequence grunt crate. So that way you do have a chance to get away if he can't see you. He's just going to look this way. Actually, let's... Okay, first let's just have him look this way. Walk this way, talk this way. But first he'll look, and then after I test that, I'll have him, like, walk towards where he heard the sound. Be like, "What was that? Huh? Huh? What was that? Just my imagination." And even have an exclamation point up here above his head. Make it even better. So right now, he should just look over towards the crate as soon as it breaks. Oh shoot, but he's locked into that original sequence, so that sequence has to be canceled. Okay. So let's make multi-manager. Do multi-manager. Is that not the name? What is it? Oh, underscore. Crate break, which is going to trigger the crate sequence. Actually, no. Wait, yeah. So 1 second after the noise happens, he'll look at it. But I'll disable his AI, well, disable his current task first, and then 1 second later, he'll look at it for extra realism. Was that the name I gave the grunt? I already forgot. Was it just grunt 1? Yeah. So then when this breaks, it's going to do crate break, target on break. I'm going to do the multi-manager. All right. You have like a broom that's leaning against the wall, and you brush over it, it like falls over and makes a sound. Yeah, there's a lot of potential for things that make noises. Look at me! Okay, well, it stopped him, but he didn't look over here. Okay, so with his default AI, he'll respond to me making noises. It's just when he's locked into a sequence, he seems to ignore sound. Okay, why didn't he look over here? What did I do wrong? So this is grunt 1, sequence crate. Do I need to override AI? Delay before trigger, there's no delay. Just turn to face. Well, okay, I'll just try override AI. Let's see if that fixes it. Oops. Oh, I thought I broke it. Hmm. Hmm. What if I just tell him to start walking this direction? I think the other sequence is overriding him. Or maybe this has to be on the ground? Sometimes there's just some like really arbitrary thing that causes this to not work right. I know this is bad troubleshooting practice, but I'm going to try 2 different things at the same time. Like, what if I make the sequence trigger 2 seconds later? Maybe there's just not enough time for it to recover. And I moved it to the ground. And I'm also going to change... I'm going to make the other sequence not repeatable in case it's like refiring or something and overriding the second sequence. Okay. What? What was that? Okay. That is so weird. If this was Half-Life 2, I'd be able to troubleshoot this in-game with console commands, but Gold Source doesn't have nearly as many helpful commands. Okay, let me just make sure the sequence is just working, period. So let's break this. So his default behavior won't do anything. And he'll only have this to do. Surprised there's so many people here right now. 43. Appreciate y'all tuning in at this weird time. Okay. So now, oh great, now he's gonna see me. Oh my god. Okay. I have to cheat a little bit for this. Okay, I can't tell if that was working how it was intended to work. Let me take a better look. Hey, welcome back, Rubber Johnny. Yeah, this time we're actually making stuff. So this isn't analyzing the single player. Now we're actually like testing things, making things. So huh. mean, it's hard to tell if that's actually working though, because I don't know if his normal AI is hearing the sound. Okay, what if I just make it so, instead of the crate breaking, it'll just automatically trigger after a few seconds. So it's delay, 4 seconds, turn on. Sequence, grunt, crate. So what should happen is that the grunt will, after a few seconds, will just walk over to that point. I'm trying to see if the crate is the problem or if the well, it makes sense in my mind. Wait. Actually, I don't need a no clip. You should just go over there. Okay, so that is working. He is investigating. And he actually used a route I didn't think he would take. Because there's no node right here. Okay, so it was working correctly, because that crate breaking should have caused him to turn around, but he didn't. Okay, so now we know that the sequence works. So I don't need to trigger it. I just need to stop the previous sequence, because this doesn't want to be overridden for some reason. Okay, how about he'll start walking. Let's return this back to normal. And I'm going to wait for him to be very far beyond normal. Oh, God. Sorry, it's so loud. Normal sight lines before breaking the crate, so I know that it's the sequence. Okay. It's so weird because I think when I'm telling him to stop, that it tells him to stop every sequence, no matter what, and not just stop one sequence, do the other. It's like telling him to stop, period. Like, and just ignore all future sequences. How can I fix that? Let me read up on what default behavior there is for monster human grunt. Okay, so they have Okay, so wait till scene. Sequence won't happen until the player looks at the monster. Keep in mind they were called monsters. Everything is a monster in Half-Life 1. They weren't called NPCs yet. That wasn't until Half-Life 2 when they changed the naming conventions. Oh, I forgot there's a thing called Monster Clip, where you can make invisible walls that only monsters collide with and not the player. Prisoner will make them not attack. And other monsters will also not attack them. Wait for script apparently does nothing, according to the wiki. Okay, well, there's apparently not any extra code that I can work with here to help the situation. Well, now this is a conundrum. So what if... Okay, so what's the problem? The problem is I can't seem to override the first sequence. Once he stops, he just stops doing all sequences entirely. And what if I do this? This would be a really weird reason for it to work, but who knows? Okay, so start walking. Yeah, it didn't change anything. Well, if I don't figure this out... just for entertainment's sake, I think I should move on to the next thing. I'll figure out this issue later, because I like this idea. It would be a fun thing to make this stealth be a little more entertaining. Because I could, something I could test next is what if I want there to be... to mix up his path, so it's not like an exact predictable path each time. What if I put a... How do I do this? If I continually have him jump between two destinations, you'll like reroute his path, making it trickier to avoid. Which I might run into the exact same issue again, though. Also, I'll put this crate in the corner for now. I'll just move everything out of the way. And I can't remember what it is. There's an entity that should allow me to make sort of a loop. don't remember what the name is. So there's counters. That are just, you keep triggering it and it will keep a value. And then once it reaches a certain value, then it triggers something else. Counter set is just to change the value to a new number. See, Gold Source supports like actual models for props, right? Does it all have to be brushwork? It does support models, and there's like a few cases where it was there were models used. Like one really weird situation was like in the beginning sequence, right after the resonance cascade happens and you're like walking back through the lab with everything destroyed, there's a modeled filing cabinet that is part of a scripted thing where the scientist like tips the cabinet over and then a head crab jumps onto his head and kills him. And that's like one of the only times in the entire game where there's a decorative object that was a model and not a brush. Whereas like when you get into Source Engine, Half-Life 2, like a huge amount of things were models. Like anyone that's done anything in Source Engine, you know, like you make the bare minimum brush version of a level, and then the models and the props and all that make up the vast majority of all of what you see. So there's way less brushes going on and way more, you know, like 3D models. But yeah, it wasn't very common in Half-Life 1. I think more modern mods, like people, mod makers ended up being a lot more model oriented later on. But back in the old days, it was like make as much as you can from brushes. Yeah, sometimes there'd be the most like random thing that was made from brushes in Half-Life 2. There was a flare box in the warehouse before Follow Freeman. I don't even remember that. Okay, so I have just looking at what I have to work with here. Oh geez, I think in order to set up a loop, I'm gonna have to do this convoluted thing where I'll have a game counter. Then once the counter reaches the end of its sequence, it resets itself back to the beginning. But then how is it, what's gonna continually trigger it though? Oh man, this is getting massively janky. So what if the loop is a trigger region that the player is standing in at all times, and then I use the reset timer on a trigger to act as the loop? Then I could have multiple triggers that you're always standing in that are slightly staggered from one another, and each one tells the grunt to move to a different spot. Oh my god. Oh, I forgot there's a weapon strip thing too to remove weapons from the player. Oh, and I can play music, CD audio. Forgot, like, normally when you play Half-Life, you wouldn't get any music unless you had the CD in your computer, because, like, the music was, like, too big of a thing to store locally into memory, so it would just rely on you having the disc in at the time of playing. Oh, and I can just turn this into Resident Evil. What if I do this? I'll do this real quick because it's interesting. Okay, hold time. Let's do 20 seconds. Target player. Actually, follow player? Well, first I'll just set it up. Camera. I think target should default to, or should be what it's pointed towards. And I think Half-Life 1 recognizes the player as being always named player. So this should work, but then I do need to do trigger auto. Well, I might as well just slip it into here. Actually, no, that's not going to work. Let's do... no, it's... It's so annoying. I have to, like... You can't just have multiple triggers or multiple outputs. You have to, like, make a multi-manager every time you want to do more than one thing at a time. Let's delete these. Let's turn this into camera. And let's just immediately trigger it. Auto. Now this will be auto. And then I gotta add equip. Zero. And this is targeting auto, right? Yeah. Okay. So now, with only a few dozen mouse clicks, I think I turned my map into a retro survival horror game. Easy. Okay, I messed something up. Okay, what didn't trigger right? I think it was this. Okay, so camera. Camera. Well, let's have it wait 1 second in case that was an issue. Hold time, 20 seconds. Okay. Let's try this. sometimes things just don't work because they happen too soon. Like, they happen before the player is fully, like, ready for the game to be doing things to them. So what if I just make this triggered by a button instead? I just manually press myself. See, I think it's... No. No? What? Whatever. Anyway. So how about this button? Function button. Target camera. Light switch sound, why not? Delay before reset, 1 second. Don't move. Okay. So... let's get rid of that. Now this will see if it's even working correctly. Does the AI hear footsteps? I thought they did. Because there were moments just today when I was testing it where I would just, I was running and then he suddenly heard me. I don't know if I just happened to get into his line of sight or if it was a coincidence. You could have triggers above you where if you stop crouching, you touch them and they're more likely to check that spot. So you're having to crouch most of the time. Yeah, there's a lot of like smoke and mirrors kinds of tricks it could do to, you know, make a stealth sequence more interesting. I'm just trying to get like really basic stuff working first. Okay, so now... okay, so it's just the camera thing itself. I wonder if... what if I turn off target? There we go. Look, we're now a survival horror game. And this is really hard to control. Oh my god. Hooray. Well, at least that's working, even though I don't think I'm going to use that, but it's just kind of a fun thing. I think I can make it... yeah, I'm not going to actually use this camera. It was just kind of a fun thing. I think I mean, I can make the camera move through a series of nodes. Thing is in Gold Source, you can't parent things. You can't make things move together. Otherwise, I could just be like, oh, what if I just have the camera move with the player? Like, no, it can point at the player, but it can't follow the player's movement. Well, it can't. It can face the player. It can't move with the player. It would be too easy. Well, I'm not going to use that anyway, but it was just cool to see that that still works. Okay, so to go back to the janky ass thing that I'm going to try to do here. What if I make this is some real 1990s way of solving a problem. Actually, I don't think it's allowed to have it. Well, its origin is inbounds, and I think that will make it count. So this is going to be a giant trigger that encompasses everything. And it's going to be a trigger multiple. Actually, let me look through all of the brush entities first, because we have button target, we have bubbles, always fun, breakable, button, conveyor, door rotating being the door stuck, door, friction, change, gun target, health charger, illusionary, ladder, monster clip, mortar field, pendulum, platform rotate, pushable, recharge, rotating button, just rotating, tank controls, tank laser, tank mortar, tank rocket, track auto change, track train controls, wall toggle, water, game zone player. Can't remember, is that for multiplayer? Target for in players, target for out players. Oh yeah, this is like a multiplayer thing. So this could yeah, this counts how many players are in its region. So that could be valuable in multiplayer. Momentary door. The momentary doors are the ones where you hold down the wheel, and the longer you hold it down, it will like slowly rotate a door, like you're spinning a wheel and then the door is slowly going up, and then as soon as you let go of the wheel, the door slowly goes down by itself. Trigger autosave. Trigger CD audio, change level, counter, end section, gravity, hurt, monster jump, multiple, once, push, teleport, transition. Okay, so I need multiple, and it's going to be trigger loop, delay before reset is going to be every 10 seconds. Actually, just for debug sake, I should have it make a sound every time it resets, just so I know what's going on. So let's add a sound. Oh god, this giant box being there. Okay. So, what are sounds again? I think it's just called ENV sound. Oh no, this is the reverb. That's right. So it's a different thing. Oh, ambient generic. That's right. Sound loop. Okay, what's it gonna open when I click this? Okay, it's not bad. I thought it was gonna be like, oh, let me open your tax returns PDF. You never know. What's a non-threatening sound that isn't going to be really obnoxious? Buttons. Bell 1. I like the bell sound. Volume 5. Play everywhere. Start silent. Actually, let's just see if this works first. So every 2 seconds. No, 1 second. It's going to trigger the sound. So just make sure that works first. Yay, that works. All right. So now let's make it delay before reset every 5? No, 10 seconds. This is where things are going to get real weird and jank. Well, I'll put the sound here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have 2 different sequences for the grunt to move towards. The second one I'll put here in the middle. Then I'll call this, this will just be sequence 2. Repeatable. You'll walk towards it. Okay. Sequence 2, sequence 1. Then let's make sequence 1 repeatable. Then, okay, how's this gonna work? Okay, so then I'll need another multi-manager, believe it or not. And it's going to be, this will be MM sequence swap. And what it's going to do is sequence grunt 1 immediately, and then 5 seconds later it'll do sequence 2. Maybe that's going to be, actually wait, let's make them run to position just so we can tell if it's actually working instead of walking, because the walking is very slow. Then I need to get this to not work. So disable the auto trigger. Then, oh god, you guys can't see this. Then, so then, okay, this is called sequence swap. So then the big looping trigger will tell the game it's just going to continually tell the grunt to alternate going between these two waypoints. So that way it doesn't have as predictable of a route. So I'm hoping that they'll override each other. And I'm making sure that I'll hear the beep or the bell every time he should be going to a new destination. But for the sake of testing, I'm going to turn off his trigger condition. Okay. And if by some miracle this actually works, after all that, okay. Immediately doesn't work. I don't think I made this. Okay, MM sequence swap. Okay, so okay, this doesn't actually need a name. I don't know why I gave it one. Every 10 seconds. So I got to do a lot of thinking. Think, why wouldn't this be working right now? So I think the multi-manager can only be triggered when it has completed its sequences. Can't remember what multi-threaded means. Let me look that up. Multi-threaded, allow multi-manager to be called multiple times concurrently. If not, set the entity, or if not set, the entity will ignore being used until it's done calling all of its targets. Interesting. I was reading the notes about this. It says that like using multi-threaded will generally solve problems that it has. If it seems to not work, multi-threading will sometimes just make it work. But it runs the risk of crashing the game. Because it can just continually spawn more instances of itself until an entity limit is reached, and then will crash. Looping. It says, since it's dangerous to have multi-threaded multi-manager entities call themselves at the risk of out-of-control cloning, it's more prudent to have an external timer set up. External timer set up to call a multi-manager that's not multi-threaded. An external timer also means you can easily pause, resume, or kill the timer without interrupting the multi-manager. Interesting. All right, well, let's just try making it multi-threaded and see if that magically fixes my problem. Oh, he heard me.
Team, objective Foxtrot, Niner.
Okay, so he is not wanting to do the sequence. I think that is the problem. So first, check if it's a typo. Sequence grunt 1. And then sequence grunt 2. Make sure that I named those properly. Sequence grunt 2. Repeatable. Grunt 1 is target. That's correct. And he's supposed to search. Supposed to run to position. Okay, so what What isn't working? Okay, what if I get rid of this? Maybe it's overriding it. Alright, Lugnutto. Your Lord of the Rings wasn't keeping you occupied enough? I mean, it's only like, 5 in the morning. Well, depending on where you are. Trigger target. Oh, so you're in mountain time. Trigger condition. It's not going to have any condition. Okay. Well, let's see if it was just getting confused because it was told to have a trigger condition.
Affirmative, sir.
Hello there, Annicator. Yeah. Classic Half-Life 1 hammer editor. I'm using the 2002 version.
Squad, quiet down.
Actually, I'm curious if you... Oh, jeez. Oh, dang it. Okay, let me reset. Thinking for entertainment's sake, I should move on to a different thing to be prototyping here. Because this seems like it's going to be a little more complicated, because it's like... some reason, it's not wanting to trigger either of the sequences now. So I wonder if I... What if instead of the multi-manager, if I just do... Oops, just to make sure that that is working. Okay. I wonder... Come on, any second now. Well, no, why is he just not doing anything now? Like, what did I do wrong? Sequence grunt 2. Sequence grunt 2. Repeatable. Targeting him. Run to position. Well, I don't know what is making him just do nothing. I've only done source engine stuff. Yeah, most people are of the age where Source engine is really the only thing that ever interested him. I did a little bit of mapping for both. I mean, I was like a teenager when Half-Life 1 came out, and this was like the first like modding of a game I ever did was to make custom maps like this. And so this is me trying to like recall memories from like 20 plus years ago, trying to get this to work. And I'm also like looking at the wiki occasionally. Yeah, I never did much scripting of NPCs in Source Engine because I was just doing like Half-Life 2 deathmatch maps. This is before Gary's mod was much of a thing. And HL2DM was like the creative hub. So most of the stuff I made was back then, or was for Half-Life 2 Deathmatch, where we didn't have AI to work with. You messed with QT Radiant for Jedi Academy. Really? How do you think, or how do you feel like that compared to doing Source Engine maps? I never even attempted to make any custom stuff for like Jedi Academy and games like that. I did, I think, make a custom level for Dark Forces, if I remember correctly. I did like a custom level for Duke Nukem 3D. I made a just really basic map for Doom 2 and also Marathon 1. Thanks for the follow, Soul T. You don't know anything about Gold Source or Half-Life modding, but watching me work is very interesting. Well, I'm glad. I know this is different from stuff that I normally do. I normally like play games, but lately I've been trying to get more creative and make things because I have a 3D modeling job now, doing like product imagery using like 3D models and all that. And so I'm really enjoying doing a lot more 3D modeling and all that. But I eventually, like, my long-term goal here is to get into just actually making my own games, like just doing the programming and everything, not just the 3D aspect of it. And this was the only engine that I have experience doing the actual like mapping of. So I thought I would start here in a familiar place with a game that I like a lot. Nowadays, you work with your own engine and use Blender as your level editor through an add-on. Really? What's the name of the add-on for Blender? Is it related to that, like, world... What's it called? Like, Unity has this thing that is an awful lot like Hammer Editor. It's called, like, World Maker or something like that. It's a custom add-on? Huh. So you made the add-on? Okay, I'm just gonna go back to... Okay, disable this trigger. Just stop. And then I'll tell this to go back to... let's just tell them to go to location 2. Just to make him do something to make sure it's not broken, like, at a fundamental level.
Movement check. Over.
Okay, so he does, the sequence does work. It's just the way that I'm telling it to go isn't working. You go downstairs to lay down and your tire escapes you. Well, you better go catch it. Exports a file that describes the level and batch exports all the geometry. Allows you to set up an I/O system in Blender. Really? So like you're doing game logic within Blender? Because my tiny little claim to fame that probably nobody is aware of is that I made what I think is the first custom map for Portal 1, and that was before they released an SDK of any kind. Because I knew like hammer editor and console commands and all that good enough that like a day or two after Portal 1 released, I made my own FGD file just using console commands. Like with console commands, I was able to look up the names of all the custom entities that Portal used, and I wrote them all down, and I wrote down all the values that they needed, and I just duplicated the Half-Life 2 configuration file and just added those, and I wrote down the names of textures using console commands. So I made a custom Portal map before anyone had ever made a custom Portal map. And I remember I shared it on HL2 World, which is like, was the biggest community for Half-Life 2 stuff back in the day. I don't think they're even around anymore. And I remember the people on that forum were known for being like particularly just kind of mean and bitter about stuff. So when I released this map, like, hey guys, I think I have the first ever custom map for Portal. I'm amazed that it even worked. And then the first reaction is like, the map sucks. Like, oh, okay. I have a video of it too. Let me see. And this was back when it was a lot harder to capture gameplay video. Oh my god. Yeah, this video is 17 years old. And I had never captured gameplay before. Here, let me show you guys. So this is a 17-year-old video, and this was like a few days after Portal release, and I couldn't get the audio to work right. But here's the, I was showing, okay, people were saying that my map was unbeatable, like it was terrible and was unplayable. So I made this video to prove to them that it was beatable by showing it, because I called it alley hopping, because I came, like while I was playing regular Portal, I came up with like a technique that isn't really taught in the game at all, which is where you can stand in the middle of a portal, not on either side, and you can use it as like a platform. So the whole idea is that you can, well, you'll see, this is, and so I made a little map to show off this technique, and the video is so crusty. So there you stand just barely inside and out, and use it as a platform so you don't have to ever touch the ground. You just keep jumping right in the middle between portals. And somehow, how this was captured, I don't know why the frame rate is so weird and inconsistent. Because, you know, this is 17 years ago, so there was no OBS, there was no XSplit. I think I was just using like screencapture.exe or something. Yeah, I barely remember how I recorded this originally. Maybe it was a demo recording, which is that type of recording, you know, is like using the game engine. Because then like at the end, my mouse look gets inverted and is like upside down. And it wasn't like that in the original recording, but somehow it got messed up and did. So I'm almost at the end. I mean, I was proud that I even got this to work and so soon after the game released. And then the response was mostly, this sucks. I'm like, okay, well, sorry. Oh yeah, and then I died partway through trying to demonstrate it. Yeah, the whole point of it is that it was a technique that was never taught in the game. That's what made me want to make this. Okay, then here's the final thing. Do a big like slingshot jump. And here's where my mouse look just has a heart attack. Okay, well I failed the first time. Do it one more time. There. My view is just upside down. Very weird. Here's some of the YouTube comments. One guy says, people that use that technique to complete hard parts of maps are just pathetic. Okay. Then another one is, the beginning was a little boring, but the end rules. Cool. And then finally this guy said, and I think this guy saw that, and I know you guys, well here, let me show you what I'm looking at. I think the guy noticed that people were just being rude about it, because most of the rude comments were coming from the forum, not the YouTube comments, and the forum is no longer up. But he says, lol, this is one of those levels where you know what your motivation is, but you can't exactly get it right the first couple times. I knew about this technique for a while now, though. Still can't master it. But aside from that, this is an awesome map. It's like a little training map for intermediate people. XD? And people who shun this should be grateful people can even make custom portal maps there. At least one person was willing to hear me out. Okay, so I'll just try one last thing with this, and then I'll move on to a different technique, or a different prototype. So this is supposed to, okay, well, automatically trigger that one. So let's just see if this big trigger is the problem. If I tell it to go do sequence 1, and just do that. I'm wondering if it's triggering it too early before things are fully settled in. Okay. So what if I do add a little delay? Delay before trigger. 2 seconds before trigger. Oh, okay. Maybe that is the problem. All right, making progress. So I need there to be a tiny bit of a delay, or else this just doesn't seem to work at all. Okay, so 1 second delay. It'll reset at 10. Maybe this is being too ambitious, but what if I just re-enable the whole multi-manager again? It's supposed to tell everything. It's supposed to tell him to swap between 2 sequences. So he's just gonna go for that instead. And I think it was set up to be multi-threaded. Did I hit that? Yeah. Okay. Pretty certain this is just not going to work at all, but I can be optimistic sometimes. Oh. Okay. Is it gonna go? Whoa. Okay, I think his AI is overtaking his scripted stuff. Okay. For the sake of me not wanting to listen to getting shot at over and over again, I'm just going to disable his shooting capabilities because he's misbehaving. He's now my prisoner. Now he should only be running and not trying to shoot me. So I can get a better idea of what's going on. Okay, so he's running. Well, okay, and then he... Alright, so he is going between the two. Was, anyway. Okay, I think maybe the box sequence screwed it up. I don't know why he's immediately going to the second one, though. Go back to the first. Now, are you going to go back to the second? Oh, he is. Alright, well, this is, it's Lupin. Estoy. Lupin. But what's confusing is that he's immediately going to the next one. I don't want him to immediately go. I want him to wait there for a little bit. So why isn't that working? What if I turn off multi-threaded? He's supposed to, upon initial trigger, go to sequence 1. Oh, maybe it's because it takes him 5 seconds to get there. So that's why he immediately goes to the next ones, because he's already told to go to there by the time the timer runs out. So what if instead I do... Great. Let's do 8 seconds. Okay, so it'll be... It takes 1 second delay. Okay, so then 1, 2, 3. So he should wait there for a while. Then I have to adjust this so that every delay before reset should be 16 seconds. Okay. Well, the next test is going to be if I can make him give up his shooting of me in order to fulfill what the sequence wants. But first, let's just see if this works.
Recon team, check in.
Now you should wait first. No, don't. There's no way that was 8 seconds. Come on.
Command post, team in position.
Okay, it somehow just broke entirely. Huh, well that suddenly works now. That wasn't working the whole time. For him to walk towards the sound. You're almost functioning how I want you to. Well, that's very bizarre what is going on right now. So this, I got the timing wrong somehow. So delay should be 16 seconds. And it's going to wait 1 second before the initial trigger. Actually, you know what? Just to make this a little cleaner, what if I say no delay before trigger, start disabled? Oh wait, I don't think you can do that in gold source. Shoot. Never mind. We'll just do that anyway. So this was getting out of sync somehow, so I think making it not multi-threaded screwed it up. What I'm worried though is if I make it multi-threaded, it's just going to start making multiple instances of this, and then it will just convolute everything. So this should initially trigger the first sequence, and then after 8 seconds, it should trigger the second one, and it should make a sound after the second one plays as well. Okay, let me just watch what's going on again. Half-Life 1 have the concept of AI relationship where you could temporarily make them friendly. No, that's the thing that's really frustrating is that you can't, well, in base Half-Life 1, you can't change alliances or anything like that. They just have their like hard-coded enemies and friends. Even though, you know, Sven Co-op adds that ability. So it's in there, but it's just by default, it doesn't. But I could swear there was some weird entity that like made reference to AI relationships. I just don't remember what was it called? Not this. Team set? No, I think that's for multiplayer. Do opposing force and blue shift have things that Half-Life 1 doesn't? Well, there's entities for, you know, all the new monsters and stuff. There was some behavior changes. Like I think opposing force had additional special things for like you know how like the engineer soldier in opposing force can like weld doors open. That had some special entities for like making that sequence work. So there were some new things, yeah. I don't know about other functionality though. I don't think I've ever actually made a map just for opposing force or just blue shift. I don't think blue shift adds anything besides just a few new textures and models. A monster generic. Huh. Because I could swear there was some entity in the game that made some kind of reference to relationships. Just don't remember what it was. Multi-source? I don't even remember what that does. World items? Oh, that's right. Huh. I could make a source mod? Well, funny story is that I was really dead set on making my own source mod back in like 2006. And there was like no documentation on how to do it. And I was relying heavily on an internet friend who was good at programming. And I had like never programmed in what was actually C++ at the time, trying to get a source mod to work. I got a surprising amount of things working just by modifying already existing code, but I had no idea what I was doing. And if I had actually released the mod, I'm sure it would have been a disaster and no one would have played it. But I managed to like change the team structure in Half-Life 2 Deathmatch. Like I managed to get 4 teams working, and I managed to make it so that you could only hold one weapon at a time, and you had to push a button to drop your weapon before you could go and pick up another weapon, because that was part of what I was trying to make. What else did I get to work? I got a custom crowbar swinging animation working. I got a really janky like day-night cycle working, where it wasn't actually day-night cycle. It was just a a post-processing entity that would just adjust the colors of the screen. So it would automatically every like real world 30 minutes, I think it was, it would make everything dark and bluish, and then 30 minutes later it would make everything kind of yellowish and bright again, because I was trying to make sort of a cooperative farming like game in Source Engine, and I just barely got like a couple things working, and it just got way too frustrating to keep working on because I didn't know anything about code. I was just tweaking numbers and crossing my fingers. Okay, so he's going 4, 5, 6, 7. Why does he immediately go to the next one? You have to wait. You have to wait for the beep. And then the beeping just stops. Okay, that's gotta be because this isn't multi-threaded. Fine. I'll deal with your threading of multiples. Why it takes him so long to do the first initial run is weird. I mean, he waits there. That works. There's just some reason the initial ones don't work correctly. And he's waiting. And now it's like the beeping no longer works. Oh, no, it is. I don't know what's going on. What if, just for fun, sometimes I try to have fun, what if I enable his player detection script thing again? So I tell him that C player unconditional. And then I go back to, what was this? Message. No, this is probably going to break very quickly. Especially now that he runs, he's probably going to see me instantly. So now the text on the screen will appear when I've been detected. So let's see if that works. I'm just like hanging out, trying to hide. Oh, did you see me? Okay, he clearly did. I think that because he is set to prisoner, his normal detection probably isn't going to work. Everything's getting queued up. I don't know, it's like kind of sort of working. Okay, but his detection of me didn't work right. So that was supposed to be C player, and it will target this, which should make the message display. So I think I have to turn him off prisoner in order for him to be able to detect me.
Okay, mission 09er.
Oh, he's saying let's go more often than like Gen Z does. Oh, let's go, dude, let's go, let's go. But now I think he's just continually going to be chasing me and ignoring his sequences. Tuh. That was a strange turn of events. He broke his own crate that causes him to go explore the crate. Huh. Okay, well, it's kind of, sort of working. It's working to an extent where I think I could make this work. So I guess for this, I'll declare this aspect of gameplay as feasible. I got everything to at least kind of work, and I think off stream, if I worked with it more, I could get it to be more reliable. So that's this one. Now, okay, I've been streaming about 3 hours, and I'll keep going for like 30 more minutes. So to look at my list, what's like an easier, less complicated thing that I could try to make work? What do I have? A rare short mono stream. Well, since I've moved back in with my parents, unfortunately, I'm kind of forced to have shorter streams, so I can't just be like, 10-hour stream, woo! So my streams I've been doing since moving here have all been like 5 or fewer hours. Okay, since I'm doing stuff with scripted sequences, I'll make a... Okay, I'll do a really short one. And it's just to see how bull squids behave without without being told to do anything. It'll make sense in a sec. Like, I'll just make a quick lab environment. Oh, hello, Sofungus. Welcome. Yeah, a short stream for me is like 5 hours. Average stream is like 10 hours. And then the longest stream I've ever done was like 17 hours? 16? Or something? So do, I know there is an option to just make a box, but it makes an ugly box. I want to make one that looks like this. Short stream for you is like 5 to 8 hours. Well, yeah, but you're playing media that has a set time. So you could be like, you could find a 12-hour video and be like, all right, here's a 12-hour stream. You're not usually like talking to your audience, actively like playing a game. I think this might be. I always have to. Okay, it is an unusually short space. Oops, and then I'll make all of the edges are going to be let's just do basic lab. Do a lab blue for a change. And then change all the textures to be aligned to bottom. Oh geez, and that's gonna annoy me. Oh my god, how is that not the right height? Okay. Anyway, here's a box. And then let's make a just some lab looking light sources. Let's get some of those good old fluorescence going on in here. So I'm gonna lower the grid down to here. I'm gonna guess it's gonna look something like this. Might be too big. It's gonna be good enough. Then you can raise the grid. Oh, wait, no. Before we get crazy, like raising the grid, it's rotate 90, fit. Then I'm gonna change the edges. Just go generic. Do I have a generic like gray? I think they just used black normally. How about this? Oh, that's water? What? Didn't want water. Let's use this. Good enough. No, why does it change the whole thing? What was that? Someone told me a really useful shortcut. Oh, I think that was it. Yeah, just right click will automatically move that texture over. Don't have to reapply it. Okay, so I could be all fancy and be like, why is it trying to save it here? In the sound folder? Let's do map files, Proto 2. Being very descriptive with my map names now. We have a 1 and a 2. And a 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I could make it so that this is like attached by something, but nah. And raise the grid up in order to make it easier to evenly space things out. God, using the old conventions of software. It used to always be about holding down Control to select an additional thing instead of Shift. Okay, so let's just make sure that this works. That is a real light source. Actually, it looks like it's turned off, so I think this is just going to be black. Yeah. Let's go. Oh, it worked. Ooh. Looks pretty nice, too. I know they're just floating. Okay. But what we wanted to test is to see how bull squids will behave without any extra scripting. I'm going to tell it to ignore me because we discovered when we were playing through Half-Life that bull squids will naturally find body parts and eat them. So I want to try just placing some dead bodies around and stuff. Maybe we can turn this into like a virtual pet. So, of course, its beta name is Bull Chicken, not Bull Squid. So I will... First, we'll tell it to not attack me. And let's see how that goes. So just drop them in there. And say, don't hurt, please. No kill, please. Hello? Привет. Okay. Now what if? What if I give you some of myself? Oh! Ooh. Hey, there is some natural behavior built into him. I didn't have to set up any scripts or anything. It will go and try to eat body parts. Now let's make this... Let's spice things up a bit. And let's add one of the best entities in Half-Life 1 called the Gib Shooter. Because they knew that shooting body parts around was one of the most fun things you can do in Half-Life. So they made an entire map logic thing just for shooting body parts. So let's do number of Gibs. Let's just do 20. Why not? Repeatable. Delay between shots. 5. Velocity 200. Gib life. Hashtag Gib life. Course variance. Let's do a lot more variation. Let's just make it blow up. And it's going to be pointing positive X. Gib life, please. Yeah. Gib, please. This is going to get very messy, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing can prepare you for this. Oh, I think I have to have an initial trigger. It won't trigger itself. So what did we learn, class, earlier? That if we want to make an entity trigger as soon as the map loads, we do trigger auto, target, gib shooter, and it's going to turn it on. You recall zombies feasting on bodies? Could that also be a natural behavior? I think zombies have to be scripted to do it. I think bull squids are the only ones that will act like naturally go and look for stuff. Because I remember that the zombies, they're usually told to sit in a pose as if they're eating stuff. I could be wrong. All right, let's see those gibs. Are you disappointing me, game? Why isn't gib shooting? Gib shooter, trigger state on, delay before trigger, no. Gib life 4, maybe that is too much, I don't know, let's put it down. Okay, maybe it doesn't like the automatic trigger. What if I just put a button, and I'm gonna be very lazy with the button. Usually I like actually modeling out, well, texturing the button, but this time I'm just gonna put a square. Do function button, target, gib shooter, don't move. And then we're gonna do sound effect, plunger, that sounds fun. Delay before reset, 1 second. Okay. Why you not shoot? Do I have to do this the old-fashioned way and like use the generic shooter entity instead? That would be tragic, because I remember using the gib shooter as a child. I'll be telling my non-existent grandchildren that I will never have that back in the day I used to play with the gib shooter. We liked it. Because there's just ENV shooter that can shoot anything, any model. Let's just call it shooter. And make it face this way. Material sound flesh. Gib model. You know what? Let's just shoot Barneys. That's what in the 90s every custom game mod was just about shooting Barney. Because that was edgy and cool. And then like Teletubbies later. Okay, so Since the other one doesn't want to cooperate, let's see if this one does. We're going to shoot a bunch of Barneys. Nice, there we go. Well, this one's at least kind of working. But these aren't treated like body parts like the Gibbs shooter would. So what if we go in and change this to so I wonder if it will recognize that it's a body part. If I give it the appropriate model, which I think it's at HGib, if I remember correctly. H Gibbs. If it isn't H Gibbs, how the hell are you? Okay, now let's see how this behaves. Actually, wait. I'm gonna point you this way. Well, this is very juicy. There aren't all the blood decals being made. So let me look up why this might be happening. And sometimes the wiki is like, oh yeah, this just doesn't work. It's never worked. Your childhood was a lie. Okay. Gibbs shooter. Gibbs shooting entity hardwired to shoot blood-encrusted body parts. Notes. In the German language version of the game, the Gibbs are replaced with machine parts and there's no blood decals. On each bounce, a splash of blood will be placed on the surface for up to 5 bounces. The ENV shooter is the customizable, non-bleeding version of this entity. It says it should work. It's very confusing to me why it is not working. Because I think the Gibbs shooter should have the right properties that the bull squid would respond to. Gibbs shooter, repeatable. Delay between shots, none. Maybe... I'll just put these to the default value. Maybe that is what messed it up. Give us a -1 damage door. I could do that. Yeah, maybe the life was too long. The one that stayed for it seemed long, not indefinitely. I'll make a -1 damage door here in a sec. I'm gonna see if get this to work. Why don't you work? We need to feed this guy. I can't just be feeding him my own parts forever. Here, enjoy your Christmas meal. Isn't it adorable? What is my exact goal? I have a lot of different things written down. I'm kind of working towards making a series of maps. I have like a whole story laid out, and I'm just testing pieces of it to make sure that I can get the logic working in Hammer Editor before I actually go and like make the levels. So I'm just taking little things that I want to happen and just making sure that I can actually make them work. Your cat keeps interrupting you while you're watching. I don't have a cat, but I've come to learn that all cats do is stop you from doing things that you want to be doing. And they learn to control their owners because their owners are like, yes, I will give you exactly what you want right now. And then they come to expect that they'll get exactly what they want right now. And then they're like, oh, my cat's so annoying all the time. Well, maybe it's because you give them exactly what they want, exactly when they want it. All the time. I mean, they can wait. It's like when you teach human children that you can't always give them exactly what they want, because otherwise they will come to expect it all the time and they control you. It's a 50-50 situation. They're trying to trick you and you trick them in return. Oh. So thanks for the follow, NT3X. You need to show that you, the owner, that they own you. Your cat is an asshole and doesn't like attention. It's fun with cats, though. So you have to have one to understand. I mean, there's like 10 cats in the house that I'm in right now, but I'm not responsible for them. They're all in, they have their own floor of the house completely to them. Like they have the entire finished basement to themselves. And they have like all kinds of like a big fortress down there, and they love it. And they watch out the windows of the huge amounts of like squirrels and geese and ducks and all. Well, I guess it's getting into winter, so there's mostly just squirrels. But they keep to their own space because we have like things that are dangerous to cats. Because parents do a lot of like working from home with like machinery. We don't want them, well, their hair getting all over the things that they're making. But also, it's just like sharp tools and stuff. And also, we don't want their hair like in our food and on our tables and all that. Here, I'll do a really quick tangent. I'll make a healing door. I'll use this door. So I'll put this guy here. And oh, that's right, texture lock is on. So I can turn it off, and I can do this. Or wait. Trying to get the native expected size of this door. Which actually, because I didn't realize that the expected size of this door is way bigger than it's used in game. Well, I guess that's not that big if green right there is the player. Oops. Okay. Okay, so then let's make this more door width. Then, this is where the magic happens. It's going to be a rotating door. So we got to use a developer texture that's called the origin texture. It's very mystical entity. No, it's not even an entity. It's a texture that designates a point in space. So we're giving it an axis to rotate around. Now I'll do the opposite one. So all that you really pay attention to is where the X lands on the door. So I want it to land right there. So it's essentially, that's going to be the hinge of the door. So then both of these together, you tie to entity, and you do function door rot. Door rotating. I lied. And it's going to be on the... I think it just defaults to Z. So it should be the Z axis. Speed, I believe, is in degrees per second. It's a cool sound that it can make. How about a squeaky one is always a fun sound. And then clang reverb for stop. Delay before close. Let's do 3 seconds. Distance 90. Okay, so I'm pretty sure the effect probably isn't going to work if I don't have a frame for you to get stuck in next to the door, but we'll try it without. So here is where the magic happens. Damage inflicted when blocked. But what if we deal -1 damage? Then that's when magical things can happen. All right, so let's go back in. So we have this door. Now I need to give myself the suit.
Welcome to the
Yeah, we get it. Now let's see if it works. Oh, it's gonna push me. Okay, I think I do need to put a frame here, otherwise I can't get stuck. I can't door stuck. Okay, yeah, I gotta do that. Okay, so let's make a frame real quick. Just do this. Of course it's not gonna show up. Y'all got any door frames? Of course, there's the yellow version of the frame and not the gray version for some reason. I mean, I don't have to make things look nice, but I'm just trying to get accustomed to using everything. Just for the sake of being able to use the correct texture. I'm gonna convert this door to brown. Actually, no. We're not converting to brown. I'm just gonna use this instead. Okay. Does not look very good, but if it wasn't apparent, this stream isn't about looking good. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been streaming since 2011 or whenever I made my account. Okay, so then we move this over here. Then move this on top. And I think this should be good enough. It's a little ugly, but get away with it.
Welcome to the H.
Welcome to the H. My name's H. Alright. Here it comes. Oh! It just gave me 1 health. 2 health. But now I think this is where the magic happens. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, we have achieved magical health-giving door physics. This is where, yeah, this is where the American healthcare was hiding the whole time. It was in a immovable rotating door in a science lab in New Mexico. But they capped it at 256. It used to be able to go like to infinity. And there's a place in Half-Life 1 where they did this. So speedrunners use this to go give themselves an insane amount of health. Streaming is about being along for the adventure as it happens. The adventure itself doesn't have to be sensational. We're just here to enjoy the view and the vibes. That's true. Nice. I think that a lot of times streamers will worry too much about like, what do you guys want me to do? What games do you want me to play? And you like obsess too much about wanting your audience to tell you how to stream, when I really think people just like watching streamers play what they enjoy playing. And if they don't like it, they'll just go do something else. People usually don't want to be asked how they want the content to change. Like if you really enjoy a game and you're like, well, I'm playing too much of this, maybe I should stop. Then it's more like, if you're really enjoying it, people are going to enjoy watching you really enjoy it. I mean, there will always be some people like, oh, I don't like this game, but like, whatever. Then they're not really a good supportive audience member then. Because like, I watch a lot of streamers that play games that I don't really care for, but I'm there because I enjoy watching them play this game, and it helps me appreciate the game more. Times you streamed, you tend to get distracted by people in chat that ask what your project is about, and you spend half the stream showing them things. Yeah, that's the danger of streaming stuff that you're making, because you're really eager and want to talk about it, which I think is really, it's great and fun to share and everything. I mean, this really depends on, you know, the audience. Being captured by your audience is a problem. It can be kind of toxic. I mean, there is no like one right way. Like, I mean, everyone, you know, you just kind of have to get to know your people. What do you want to do? What do you think people like about you? I don't know. Okay, so now we see the healing door. But what if I told you that there was a door that just gets you stuck? And I think that's when I say, there's a way you can tell it to... Okay, so no damage. There's a way to force it to close regardless of obstacles. I think that is if you do... Yeah, these types of doors are known in Half-Life for being really brutal because they can just instantly kill you, and if they don't kill you, they'll door stuck you. Fire on close. Dang, I can't... Well, let's just see what happens if I have it do no damage. Maybe it will be more likely to get stuck. Yeah, because I don't want it to rebound like that. Not sure how you actually get it to stay closed. Delay for close. NPC blocking the path of the door. Well, this specific case, I know it was a player that was able to get it. Oh, I think it's when you have multiple players. Because when I think back to the notorious moment, let me... In case for some reason people haven't seen one of the most famous Half-Life 1 related videos ever made, I'll show you what I'm trying to recreate. Oh my god, the video has 32 million views.
The Phantom.
Oh god, it's so loud.
Exterior like fish eggs, interior like...
Alright, see, we're in Counter-Strike, so this is technically Half-Life 1.
This could be your phys ed. Cheat on your...
Alright, let's go...
Man,
Wait.
homie. Ah, I tried to sneak through the door, man. Can't make it. Can't make it. The shit's stuck. Out of my way, son! Door stuck! Door stuck!
Okay. So if we go frame by frame, you can see what's happening here. So the door... Yeah, it looked like it was rapidly trying to open and close. So I think because there's two players that's why this happened. Because yeah, the door is trying to open and close, but because there's a second player behind him, the door can't push the guy. Like, one player can't push another player. So the view we're seeing through right now is an immovable object. So I think that's the only way this can happen. Maybe I can use our friend. Here. If I put a scientist and I position the scientist in just the right spot. I know you guys can't see this, but I'm just dropping scientist in the world and I'm gonna build it, compile it. Okay. So now I think we'll be able to make the magic happen.
Freeman, who would have thought you'd still be alive? Let's go. I don't suppose you'd reconsider.
Oh god, this is gonna be harder than it looks, right? Oh, geez. Okay.
Yes. This is as far as I go. I certainly hope you know what you're doing. I'm slowing you down, am I?
Wait. Hmm.
Well, the dimensional breach is definitely transmitting organic matter. All right. You're going to have to leave me here, Gordon.
Okay, well, I think in theory, that is what is needed for a door to stuck is you need 2 players to be stuck in it so that the door gets stuck on one person and then the second person is stopping that first person from being moved out of the way, so then therefore they're stuck together. Just have to trust me on that one. Okay, so the other thing I wanted to test with the bull squid being here is if it will just react to a dead body. Just by like dropping scientist on the ground. Will it care about that? So scientist dead. Pose on back. All right. You want it? It's yours, my friend. Maybe it's not fresh enough. Okay, well, it reacts to gibs of dead bodies. But the real test is going to be, what if I put a living scientist and then I shoot that scientist? I know it's a little fucked up.
Ah, it's good to... No! Ah! Ah!
Yes, no, yes. Oh, he's gone. Whoa, that scientist is having a time of his life. I don't know if he ever, like, breaks the body apart, though. Okay, the next test is, what about just a blood decal? A pre-placed blood decal. So if I get rid of these and go to decals, oh great. Where are they? Probably down at the bottom. No? For some reason, I feel like specifically blood decals were put in a weird spot. Like they weren't with all the other textures. Okay, let me check. Oh, I forgot there's map properties, map description, title. Oh yeah, that's how you change the skybox texture. CD track to play, default light level, wave height, viewable distance. You can change the unit measurement? Huh. Oops. Alright, so the current textures that I have added are... File path is too long. I can't see which ones I've added. Oh, decals.wad. Okay, I think that should be it. So now, when I go into here, I already see all these numbers. Where's the blood? I'm guessing maybe the blood isn't colored by default. Because I know there's alien blood and human. Oh, there's bullet holes. Oh, here we go. Well, those aren't the right blood textures. I'm looking for the ones that are produced by Gibbs. That's right, we have the Xena textures in the game. Yeah, there's like Xena and Babe Ruth. Why is this so difficult? Oh, here's these. You die. Surrender, Freeman. You're dead, Freeman. Traitors die. Traters. Oh, here they are. Guess they were here the whole time. So, the question is, how do I turn them red? So if I place this, it's going to look like that. Don't think I ever actually worked with decals in the past. Let me Google it. Hmm. Uh, well, the wiki doesn't say anything about coloring the decals. Well, wonder if I just save them like this. Wonder what it's going to look like in game. Maybe it changes. Oh, it does. Okay. Guess I just have to know that it will automatically color and mask them out properly. So the real question is, Mr. Squid, or Mrs., I don't know, are you going to dine on this blood? Doesn't look like it. So I guess it needs to be specifically Gibbs from a body. And the Gibbs shooter wasn't working. But then when I manually loaded the generic shooter with body parts, it didn't recognize them as body parts. So I don't know how I'm gonna integrate this into my map. Might just have to fake it and like script the squid to go and eat them when you feed the body parts to them. Yeah, it seems to be looking for Gibbs that are marked as flesh. Actually, more than that. It just seems like, yeah, ones that come from bodies seem to have their own classification that I can't manually spawn. Okay, I'll do, I know I said this already, but I'll do one last thing, which is being able to lead a scientist to a thing, and they have scientists do thing when they're led to thing. For example, well, this would be more complicated than I want to do right now, but for example, it would be like you bring a scientist to the retinal scanner and then he looks into it and makes a door open. But for simplicity's sake, I'm just going to make the scientist play an animation when he's brought to a spot. Gibbs shooter, I could make body part looking Gibbs that sound like Gibbs or sound like flesh, but they don't leave blood behind when they bounce. And the bull squid didn't recognize them as being edible, so he just ignored them. Okay, so then this is going to be scripted sequence. So here is where this deviates from what I was doing with the grunt. I'm not going to target the scientist. I'm just going to target any scientist, which I think, okay, search radius 512 units. No, I think 1 unit or 1 grid square, I think is 16 units. So let's make the search radius be 32. I think repeat is how often it searches. Target monster scientist. Wait, I don't think that's right. Well, I have to open the model viewer real quick. To get a name of a animation to play. Where did I even put all of this? Oh, that's right. Kazoo, fan made a better model viewer than the one that Valve uses. That just became the official model viewer over time. Okay. Let's go to scientist. There, this guy. Who has more custom animations than I think anything else in the game. These are just fun to look at. Huh. Forgot about that one. I'll just use this one. Sit idle. So well, I think in this case I need it to be the action would be sit idle, because it's what I want to happen when arriving at this point. I don't think I quite set this up right. Something doesn't feel right. I think. Let me Google it. Okay, search radius. If you input a class name into target monster, it'll pick a monster within the radius to follow the sequence. If there are none in the radius, the first monster to enter the radius will follow the sequence. Okay, that's what I thought. Repeat rate. How often to check if a monster is in the search radius? A check will be made even if the radius is 0. So set this to a large value if it's not used. Okay, action animation. The animation that will be performed. Idle is the name of the animation you want to perform on a loop until the sequence is triggered. Okay, so I was correct in assuming that was that. All right. So, actually, I think I did everything right. Now I just gotta test it and prove that I did. Search radius, repeat rate. Let's do 1. Wait, in milliseconds? Well, let's try 0. That seems excessive to check every frame.
Hello there.
Hello there. All right.
Lead the way. Do you still say there's nothing to chaos theory?
Yay!
It appears the containment system has completely failed.
Yeah, the system that was to contain you. The problem is that he did it once and didn't just sit in the pose forever. But I don't, then how would I keep him in that pose? Well, I'll increase the radius so I don't have to push him into it. Because if I do idle animation, that's going to be the animation that is used before he goes in. Oh, repeatable. Maybe that's why. Let's try that.
You are from the Anomalous Materials Lab. Yes, glad to oblige a fellow scientist. How interesting. Just look at that.
Ah, come on.
Yes, let's go.
Wait, if it's repeatable, if I bring him back, will he do it again? No?
I'll stay here. Fine. You won't even know I'm here. Well, there goes our grant money.
Well, what is the deal? Leave corpse, maybe? Okay, no, I guess that is strictly if they're scripted to die. Huh. Well, this is peculiar. So, a note on the wiki about this says opposing force added a property called no reset entity. If enabled, the monster animation will not automatically reset when the sequence is finished. This allows for smooth transitions between similar animations. So, opposing force added a feature to do exactly what I'm trying to get it to do. But stuff like this happens in standard Half-Life, so I don't understand why I can't get this to work. I mean, if I do... Well, let's just see what happens if I put sit idle as also for the idle animation, because then I think it'll just immediately start doing that animation even before they're at the destination.
Freeman, I see you are in this mess. With my brains and your brawn, we'll make an excellent team. I predicted all of this, you know. All of it.
Okay, well, sort of what I... It's repeating, which is what I wanted, but he just immediately does it when getting within the radius, which isn't really useful if I can't make
extremely improbable.
if I can't make him do this before, or if I can't make him do it at the exact location I want to, then I won't be able to align him with like you know, to be in a chair or in a specific spot.
I suspected this could happen, but the administrator just would not listen. Fine. You won't even know I'm here. I'll wait. Glad to oblige if...
Well, I think I can also tell him to be pre-disaster so that he won't follow. Well, in that case, I'm going to have to make him start right next to the thing. Then let's do search radius 128. So he should just start in the seated pose. Okay, that didn't quite go as it should have.
Please, leave me alone until after the experiment. What? I can't be... I can't be bothered right now.
Do the thing.
Most of the simulation results are perfectly acceptable, you know?
Move. Well, it's just weird that I have it set as repeatable, but it's not repeating. Okay, what if there is no action animation, and there's only an idle animation? And then what if it's not repeatable? Oh, wait. And then I set it to instantaneous. So it doesn't walk, it just appears exactly where it is. Okay.
Please, leave me alone until after the experiment. Please, you'll just have... Excuse me, Gordon, but I'm rather busy now.
Alright, well that's working. This reminds me of an incredible gag, as in like a joke, that I don't know what mod it was, but I need to make it happen real quick because it involves exactly what I'm doing right now. So what I'm going to do is there is a... Okay, I'm going to need to add a couch facing north. Let's add it right here. And we're going to make this a function wall, because it's a complex shape that I don't want cutting up the geometry. Then we do... Okay, let's see, where is it? Okay, line on back. It's the most cluttered taskbar you've ever seen? There's no way this is the most cluttered. My desktop doesn't have very much on it, so I put like everything just on the taskbar. I do use all these things. Like I have 3 versions of Blender because I was learning to mod The Sims 4, and it doesn't do this anymore, but it used to require you to use like a very old version of Blender. And then a previous contract job I had used a proprietary Blender plugin that only worked with a specific version. So that's why, and then the newest version that I use currently. Yeah, everything else, VR stuff, voice mod, chat related things, Audacity, GIMP for photo editing, raster editing, and then Inkscape for vector editing, animated GIF recording, VL Studio, lossless cut for doing quick edits to videos while having to re-render them, video editing. Well, I guess this isn't all necessary, but I have multi-PSK, which is like a analog radio app. Well, not app. It's for like reading digital modes on analog radio. And then Maya, and then for work, and then Firefox, and yeah, everything here is essential. So it's not just like, oh god, I can't control my life, so I just put everything on the taskbar. Need a vacation? No way, because then I wouldn't be paid. Can't just go on vacation. You can't just do what you want in your life when you want it. You need to be on call 24 hours at all times, or else you'll be easily replaced by the thousands of other people desperate for jobs. By thousands, I mean millions. Okay, let's see if this is lined up right. Okay, what direction is it facing? The legs are pointing in the direction, so that will be, yeah, this should be all good.
I can't be bothered right now. Weren't you supposed to be in the test chamber half an hour ago? Weren't you supposed to be in the Please, leave me alone until after the experiment.
Like, what kind of experiment's gonna happen
I
here?
can't be bothered right now. Excuse me, Gordon, but I'm rather busy now.
Very busy. Oh my god, oh, the model viewer just crashed. I thought I crashed the game, but well, I don't know. That's weird. Anyway.
You'll just have to wait until after the test. Please, leave me alone until after the experiment.
Now it makes you wonder what's going on in this map. Got a door. This guy and this guy.
Excuse me, Gordon, but I'm rather busy now.
Incredible. Okay. Here, I'll look at my notes. And I talked about all these things during my last stream in a lot more detail. And I've noticed that, like, the time that you release a YouTube video can like completely make or break if it's even seen by anyone. Well, I mean, which is obvious if you hear influencers talk about putting videos on YouTube, where it's like, I know this isn't the most interesting subject matter for a lot of people, but my first VOD that I put on YouTube of this got like 50 views or something. Then my second VOD, I uploaded it at like 9 in the morning my time, and I was like, oh, just maybe it'll eventually get to people that want to see it. And then like after a couple days of it being up, it had like 3 views, which usually I'll get at least like 30 or something on even a not very interesting VOD. But I think because I uploaded it and made it public so early in the morning that just it doesn't get algoed to anyone. Like, oh, I guess I gotta wait until like 5 in the afternoon my time before putting videos online if people will even see them. Good lesson to learn. You wouldn't even consider the time to post? Yeah. Sometimes people will just like, if their video or stream, whatever, doesn't get any traction, they'll just like take it down entirely and re-upload it another time. I mean, luckily I'm not like trying to make a living out of doing this stuff, so it's not that big of a deal if nobody sees my stuff. I know, yeah, I need to yell at them to like and subscribe. Funny thing is that because YouTube is now, it's aware of what is spoken in your video, even if you don't have a transcript written for it. That's why when people are like, he's going to self-die, or he's gonna unalive someone, or like he can't say, you know, can't say the F word like within the first 2 minutes of a video, or else it like gets demonetized or whatever. So YouTube is aware of what is being spoken in your video, even when you don't have subtitles or anything. But they made it so that when a voice says the subscribe button or something about subscribe or subscription, it actually will highlight and there's like a special effect on the subscribe button below the video when it detects a voice talking about it. I don't know if you have to enable that or if there's a certain way you say it. I've seen it happen, so I don't know if people watching this VOD now, if I'm saying, hit the subscribe button, if it's going to do it. I'll have to check the VOD later when I upload it. It takes a while to get it on YouTube. Like, I pretty much always immediately upload my streams to YouTube, like right after I go off stream, because otherwise I'll forget. And even then, because I stream in 1080, 60 FPS now, it takes so long. Especially since my streams end up being like 4 or 5 hours, it takes even longer. And then when I had like 10+ hour streams, it would take an entire day for it to upload to YouTube. Because when you're a very small creator, stuff has the lowest priority, so it goes the slowest. I think when you reach over a certain like subscriber level, then you get upgraded to having more priority to upload times. But I have like the lowest of the low right now, so everything takes a very long time to get online. Not that there's any like urgency to get it online, but it's just kind of annoying. Alright, well, I got a decent amount accomplished here today. I got some proof that a bunch of things are going to work, and I don't want to start working on a new thing, but I'll have a bunch of other stuff to do next time I stream. I don't know if I might do a game between this stream and next, before I start working on more Half-Life stuff. I don't know. You never know. But it feels weird ending a stream so early. I know this is easier said than done, but you wish people would stop putting up with YouTube. We don't know what the answer is, but not changing anything, isn't it? Well, I mean, I think people certainly are very fed up and annoyed with how stuff goes on YouTube, but it's just they know that they're the biggest, most powerful video distribution platform in the world. So people don't really have alternatives to go, so you're just kind of forced to either use it or not. It sucks with all the DMCA stuff. I mean, there's stuff beyond YouTube's control. Like, all the DMCA stuff is not YouTube's idea. That's like the government's idea. Thank you, Rubber Johnny. Glad you enjoyed it. I know these are kind of very slow, not all that eventful streams, but just trying new stuff, and it feels nice to make things. Let me check who's streaming right now. You're gonna hit the notification bell after this one. And don't forget to like and subscribe. God, there's gonna be like nobody streaming. I mean, there's like 50 people on my following list who are streaming, but I don't really know any of them.
Painful, and it kind of feels good at the same time.
You mean like when your enemy is shaving your back and...
Oh. Can you help me here, Space Ghost?
Okay. Channel that I watch sometimes is showing Space Ghost.
Welcome to the...
Man, everyone's playing Path of Exile. Yep, Path of Exile, it looks interesting to me. But part of me is just thinking, I've been on like a roll getting stuff done lately that I've wanted to get done, and the last thing I need is to just be completely have a game just take over my life, because then all of my productivity would just be gone, and I want to keep, you know, keep up this momentum. So I haven't been really looking much into Path of Exile because I feel like it's a game that I could get into, but my life doesn't need that. Like, sometimes I'll get on EverQuest stints where I'll sit and play that again, and then I end up not doing anything else. I think I'll just raid Mech again. He's streaming. You're also a workaholic. It's weird because it's like, I don't feel like I'm someone who is like a workaholic. Like, I don't feel like I'm lost in life if I'm not always working. So I don't want to give the impression that, oh man, I'm just constantly busy, always doing things. It's just more that it's just so hard to get motivation to work on stuff, especially when it's just for your own sake. Like, I usually don't have trouble getting my work stuff done, but then when that's done, I'm like, I really want to work on just personal fun projects. And then I lose motivation to do that. But I guess that's why the streaming of this Half-Life stuff has been nice, because it's like, I probably wouldn't be working on this if I wasn't streaming it. So I think the next time I stream this, I'm gonna do probably more just like blocking out of maps. So less just testing of logic like was doing this time, and more of actually just like trying to figure out what the layout of the maps should be. And trying to get a good idea of that, because that's a tricky process. So maybe I should take a risk and raid someone that I don't know anything about. Let's see if anyone's modeling in Blender right now. Because the real tricky thing, it's like I'll go into the art category and it's a challenge. Is there anyone that isn't just drawing anime or furry art? Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's just I like people who reach out and do something unusual. It's just anime, furry, anime, furry, anime, furry. And I know there's a lot of different types of anime and everything, but there's so many people all have like the same style. Oh, hey, Robert. You've come at just as I'm about to raid someone, but it's going well. All stream I've been working on. Well, here I still have it open. I've just been testing stuff in Half-Life 1, trying to get things to work. Just about using logic and things like that. So nothing all that interesting, but I'm trying to like ease myself into making my own games, and I've been doing a lot of 3D modeling for a large part of my life, so I'm comfortable doing that, but I've never done a whole lot of like level design and actual like just making of the whole game or a whole custom level. And Half-Life 1 is a game that is very near and dear to my heart, and it's kind of what started me down the path of being interested in game development. So and I'm returning to using the old crusty original editor from like, 1999. Well, this is the 2002 version, but just learning all of this again and getting things to work. And it's been pretty good so far. So this is kind of my first little project. I'm gonna make a series of maps here. And then after this, maybe move on to bigger things. You love Half-Life? You bought it when it came out and you play through it every 2 or 3 years? Yeah. It's easily one of my all-time favorite games. And I've done a lot of streams about just Half-Life in general. I've done like full runs of the game, and I always play it in the wait here. It's as original form as I can get it. Like, here's the thing that there it is. Here's the thing that I was working on. It's very uninteresting right now because I'm just trying to get like pathfinding stuff to work, Wait, no, what was it? Proto 1?
Team, objective Foxtrot, Niner.
So I was just getting... Wait. AI to run to specific locations, and I have it detected so that the map is aware when I've been spotted, so I can trigger sequences based on the sight lines of the grunt. Okay, well, he technically saw me, but... Okay. There. And just doing the regular pathfinding, and then this was... I'm trying to work with the behavior of the bull squids so that I can, use them as part of a story element for the kind of the little campaign that I have in mind. So I can give it body parts. And part of the regular AI of the bull squid is that they'll seek out bloody body parts and they'll go and eat them. So I have its threatening AI turned off right now, so now it's just like seeking out body parts to eat them. So part of the challenge of like the little campaign I'm doing is that you're not going to have access to any weapons, so everything is going to be about using the aliens to work for you and using machinery and moving or computer equipment and like moving scientists and security guards around. So
Excuse me, Gordon, but I'm rather busy now.
and then it's playing with how to get the scientists to go into certain scripted poses. Like here's another amazing test map that I made last time.
Ah, Freeman.
For God's sake, open the silo door! They're coming for us! It's our only way out!
Well, there goes our grant money.
I mean, this is all just like jank stuff just to test.
From the anomalous materials lab. Yes, I reckon. All right.
So he should be avoidant of the zombie. Well, should be theoretically. Anyway. Oh yeah. So it's nothing impressive by any means, but I was just trying to get all the map entities and the logic and everything working, and then I'll actually be putting effort into, you know, blocking out the environments, and I have like all kinds of notes set up for what I want to do and all that as well. And it's been really fun so far, and then streaming my progress on it has helped me feel more motivated to actually work on it too. Yeah, I look, for those that don't know, Robert here is the composer for the music in Monsters and Memories. That's the kind of EverQuest-inspired game that I've been playing on stream lately. There was like a short stress test last weekend, so it's really a fun time. Oh, was that awards thing today? How many hours away from now is it? Because I know there's time zone differences between everything. Yeah, I voted for Monsters and Memories for as many categories as you could vote for it. 6 hours from now. Okay. Is he streams on YouTube, I think, right? Or is he on Twitch? I don't think I've ever watched him live. I always watch like his videos. Wow, I like when I quit Hammer Editor, it just gave me like 1,000 error messages, one after another, that I clicked very rapidly. It's live on YouTube and Twitch. Okay. I'll have to check it out. I'm gonna find someone to raid. I was hoping I'd find someone modeling in Blender. But like I said, I'm looking at the art category right now, and it's just all anime and furry art. Hoping maybe there's someone 3D modeling something. I've noticed that sometimes 3D modelers are weird and they'll stream not in the art category, but in the game development category instead. I also don't want to raid a channel that doesn't speak English, just because I think like dropping a bunch of English speakers into a non-English channel would be kind of weird. When I watch Russian and Polish streamers just to kind of get comfortable with the language. Oh, like here there's a Russian guy streaming Blender, but I don't think he doesn't have English listed, so... Oh, and he has music. Uh-oh, gotta be careful, because last time that I played a, like, 1 second of music from an ad, it blocked my entire VOD globally. I had to use YouTube's thing to remove the 1 second of advertising music that played that got it blocked worldwide. It's like, what fun times we live in where we have to be afraid of music. Yeah, because the song that played, it was literally was like 1 second. The song that played was owned by Sony's record label or whatever. And anytime you play a song that Sony has rights over, it just gets like nuked to oblivion. 'Cause they are super overprotective of all of their music. I didn't even know that Sony had a label, but I guess they do. Yeah, I guess this time of night, there's not going to be a whole lot of English-speaking folks. Which makes sense, because most of the English-speaking world is like really early in the morning or afternoon. Well, I guess Australia technically speaks English. Yeah, I'm just gonna raid Mech. Cool dude who's a Discord regular. He's streaming Stalker 2. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Robert. I'm gonna check out Redbeard's awards. Hopefully Eminem gets at least one of the, what, like 20 categories or something there were. Okay, last time I did the raid thing, it got really messed up and it wouldn't let me complete the raid, so I had to just wait. So I think I have to do it through the dumb creator dashboard or whatever this is called. Unless someone knows what the chat, because I can do /raid and then type the channel, but then I can't start the raid through the text command. It waits the entirety of the countdown. Like I can't force it to go early. Yeah, when I raid, I can go in and click the button that makes it go, but I was hoping there's a way just through chat commands to do it, to not have to go into the creator dashboard and all that BS to just do it. All right, well, I'm just gonna do it manually for now. I guess I'll figure it out later. All right, getting ready to raid. All right, have a good night or morning, everyone. I don't know. Next time I stream might be this weekend, might be next week. I don't know. I'll mention it in the Discord before I go live. So, have a good night / morning. See you later.